out of the shot here. Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 8:45 in the morning on 9/13/2025. That's a 9/13/2025. 8:45 in the morning. It's 66 degrees out. It's a Saturday. It's 8:46 in the morning. I'm Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 8:46, 9/13, 66 degrees on a Saturday, and I'm just here to say hello to you. Because my hair is a little bit wet. I am here to play some No Man's Sky, some Eve, and some FFXI. I'm killing Dark Elemental as we speak, and I will start out with some Grand Theft Auto Enhanced Edition. And some Fallout 76. I'm going to do my 76 daily. Then and we will drop it out the big face. I got nothing but video games for you today, guys. So I'm just going to leave it be. There we go. We're getting on Fallout 76 to do the daily. We're getting on Grand Theft Auto to do the daily. And we are waiting for sleep to wear off on Final Fantasy 11 so I can go kill more Dark Elementals. There it goes. Okay, here we go. Now... Oh, yep. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm gonna get some money this morning. If I can get this place to myself, I make so much money. Error joining a session. Top of the hour for Invaders from Beyond. Free scrap kit. I'm gonna go 940 mil for all 5 of these. And if I win any of them, I should do 8. I'm down to 6 mil. But I think I only spent like half the money, which is good. I don't know. The average went up, so maybe I go below the average and go 960 and see if I sell at least 2 of these. We'll do 960 because it's a nice flat 120. It'll cost me 700 mil just to bet on it, but I have a chance of winning. Oh no, that was a Master at Arms? Oh no. Oh. I lost some hypercores there, but that's alright. I'm just gonna buy my whole Master at Arms. Yeah, this cost me no ISK, yeah. This cost me 50 million, which was half the value. So dumb. I don't know how I got the wrong item there, but okay. Oh, good, I'm in. Now give me, no, wait. First, we have to do preferences to, the Chumash bunker, and then we go warp, offline game, invite only. 960. 960. Eventually I'll keep 8 rolling. Yeah, I'll keep like 8. I wanna buy 3 more Master at Arms. In station 760. Somebody raised, they wanted way more. Well, I got my 5, and that's what matters. I'm gonna encourage them to buy these immediately. They like my red packages at 72 now. I'm gonna raise them to 74. No, I'm gonna go lower. I sold them at 72, and that's probably the most I can get. Keeps it under 9. Okay, 37 hypernets is pretty good. Gonna try and make some money. I'm done. Finally, I can leave. Oh no, did you log me out? No. Well, I mean, I did my daily, so let's get on No Man's Sky. Do what now? Do what now? Damn, baby, close your legs. NPCs are so dumb. I don't see it directly. Oh, there we go. 02 12 87 02 12 87 02 12 87 02 12 87. Oh, did I hit him? No, but this will. Missed him. I got all of them. I got all of them. Bye-bye. Can I, like, aim at them? Yeah, probably can, but not where. Probably not this high, though. Okay, now we go to the casino. Oh, I like this view better. I didn't realize. You can really see it like a lot more. Might have been faster just, like, teleport and get in a cab. I don't know. So dope. So dope. Wow, first person is a lot easier to steer. Die, muggles, die. From hell's heart I stab at thee. Alright, I believe I robbed everybody. Get in there. Impotent rage.
The Diamond Casino and Resort presents a brand new car available to win today, simply with a spin of a wheel.
Hello there. Red Mist XI Dark, whatever that is. Okay, we're done with this. Gonna log. Oh yeah, I can just F4. There we go. So, okay, are we done here? Yep, going to depart Jita in a Garista shuttle. Board. Maybe I should buy some more Garista shuttles. They seem to be doing pretty well for me. We'll also buy order that, which is kind of expensive, but I mean, hey. For 5,890 is real good. I probably will buy, like, place a buy order for 50 at 5.9. 5900059, yeah. And then I want a like quantity of like 50 3 months station, minimum of 1, buy them for 5.9 is 300 mil. I'll take it. I'll buy like a really big order. I'll take all the Garissa shuttles you got me. Got me a big buy order. Okay, so there's that. I will play, and I will permadeath. Yep. Oh, Dark Elemental. Yeah. Do it. I forgot it was Dark Elemental. I played Grand Theft Auto for like half an hour. Oops, and I wasted Dark Weather, which sucks, but oh well. It'll be back. I'm learning not to cry over spilt opportunities, and just because there's always another one. There's always some other opportunity if you just keep going. Cool. Yeah, we're looking good, huh? Oh yeah, those agency drops. Maybe I'll open like 5 of them a day or something. Agency support drop. It was a Pyrolancia 1. 30. Overclocker 1. Hardshell 2. Pyrolancia 3. Which is what we were looking for. 40 million. Look at that. So look, like that's worth it. Look, 5 of them actually did generate like quite a lot of money, like really fast. Look. Yeah, 40 mil or something like off 5 of those boxes. These are good boxes. 40 mil off 5 boxes is pretty good. That makes up for some of the buy order that I did. Yeah, like 5, like every time I come back here, I'll open like 5 more of those. Just open this thing. I don't want to worry about it. Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine. Sequencer stuff. Okay, we're done. I can depart in my Greasis shuttle. Is there another skin for the Greasis shuttle? I'm just curious. Just like how personalized can I get this? No skins. This has its own skin. You can't change it. Okay. We'll hack in one more. Oh, like I have 70 of them. Fuck. I got another overclocker. Which is good money. That's 18 mil. And, like, that feels pretty good. I feel like gambling on these. Like, these sometimes triple out, like, what they're worth in immediate money. These agency support drops. I have enough money to buy them, and I think I probably will. Yeah, like that's so cheap, because it does pay out sometimes, like, 4. The gamble on a buy order is actually so worth it. I want to place a buy order. 5.84, so 5, 8, 4, no, 5, 8, 4, yep, 5, 8, 4, I want, like, yeah, I want order of 50 of them, 3 months, station, 297 mil, 297 mil, for 50 of these at, what, 5, yeah, that, But I mean, they do open pretty well. 50 of these, will they open to 300 mil? I don't know if they'll open to 300 mil. That's the problem. Maybe if you individually gamble. it's weird. It's like I spent a lot of money, but I mean I have this gambler money. What else am I doing with it? I'm gonna do this because I want to. I wouldn't have dialed up the numbers if I didn't want to do it. So do it. I don't care. Yeah, hack like one more to make me feel better. Give me a rank 3 or something. Let's give me a rank 1. That's okay. So I like those. I like opening them. They're gambly. There's something that's worth spending the money on for me. So I don't know. There we go. Don't sleep me. Then, what else? We are going to cookie the sheep because I can. So I can just keep working. There we go. Okay, I'm out and about, which is bad. I'm lucky I didn't die. Gotta remember not to do that because gotta remember to live on temperate planets because, like, you know, I don't want to die to, like, outside reasons and stuff. Yeah, recharge.
Technology recharge.
Hazard protection. So I've been watching videos about freighters and in No Man's Sky, and I've learned that I need a lot of copper. And I learned that I should keep jumping systems every time I want to go look for copper to some system that I've not been to before. Go to a planet I've not been. No, I don't know. I know copper's here, so I should just fly around this planet. It's a lot safer on this planet. Like the devil you don't know. In a hardcore sandbox, and I mean hardcore, I'm in hardcore, where, like, and I can't change it. Like, if I die, I lose this save. And I set it so I can't change it. So, like, you know. So, or I probably can, but only once. And, yeah, like, it gives me, hardcore gives me quite a lot more reason to get immersed and feel more like I'm in the game. So I just did it, and I shouldn't have done it. I've already got like 30 or 40 hours into this playthrough or more. I don't know, more probably. And I find the flying around kind of annoying. So let's land like on a mesa somewhere and look for copper and fly down to it. There's something. We'll land right here. Or I don't know, like, yeah, can you land on the mesa? Find me like a place to land. Yeah. Good enough. It's dark, which kind of sucks. I maybe should have stayed home, but I mean, I'm just out here trying to get copper. Here's an unknown building. That's a good find. Paraffinium. Damaged machinery. Knowledge stone. There is lots of stuff to do. Cobalt. Paraffinium. Jettison. Copper. There we go. Copper. So it's far. It's across this canyon. But I mean, I need copper. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I need fucking copper. One of the mobs yesterday knocked me so fucking far in the air that the fall damage would have killed me. And I have to watch that. The fucking jetpack. Like, if I didn't have any jetpack juice when he knocked me, I would have been dead. And I didn't realize the game would do stuff like that to me. So, yeah, like hardcore is a little bit more of a scarier monster than it initially looks. And I like that. It feels like better than the WoW hardcore. Because I didn't know the mob was going to knock me into the goddamn stratosphere. I didn't know that was going to happen. That hadn't happened yet. And, like, I'm not sure if that's their normal attack or whatever they were. They were like swarmed around a they were like biological horrors swarmed around some town, some building. And, like, they spawned up and one of them knocked me into the air a good 150 feet into the air or something like that. And that is a death in hardcore if you've used up your jetpack flying around to get to that point and then they just knock you before you're ready. And I learned that it's a lot more dangerous than it initially fucking looks. Like, that scared the shit out of me. Now, I had a full jetpack thing, so the threat was, like, basically nothing unless you're just AFK or not paying attention. But, I mean, that's the thing. If you're AFK and some mob spawns and knocks you into the stratosphere and you're not paying attention, you come back to a 50, 100, 150 hour, 200, 500 hour, 1,000 hour playthrough gone. And so I didn't realize that the game could do that, and it does stimulate my cortex quite a lot more than most games do. So now I'm addicted at it. Like, I see that pack of animals, or I'm sorry, addicted at it. I'm addicted to it, excuse me. I'm addicted to it, and that, like for instance, that pack of animals looks like a lot of money to me that I can just go get. But see, if I aggro all those animals and, like, say, sentinels aggro me or something, I don't know, it's like sort of iffy. So I think about each sandbox engagement. Like, they seem like a roam of buffalo, but I don't know. If they all attack me at once, that could be a death. I'm not sure they do attack. Refill my thingy, my mining beam. No fuel, no carbon. Dumb. No carbon? Okay, well, chop a tree. I don't like the laser. I think it's way too slow. And it also doesn't have enough graphical interest to it. And they could do little things where they're like chase around on the thing like Dune Awakening did, where you chase up and down on the laser. That's the only thing Dune did that I liked. It is an RPG. It doesn't play well like Minecraft. It's not much better than the combat's not much better than Minecraft, but it's, you know, at least it's there. Like Minecraft. Carbon. Oh, no, don't do that. Good, now recharge.
Technology recharge.
Okay, so now we're going to the building. That hurt. I'm full, am I? That's gonna be annoying. What's that red? The hell is that? Some kind of glitch? Exosuit upgrade module. Nice.
Technology repaired.
Shattered power core. Antimatter housing. I don't have any room. Excuse me.
No free slots in ship inventory. Technology repaired.
Oh, I get a new slot, do I? Cool. Nice, a new slot. That was really worth finding, and I'm learning that the exploration is worth it. These are mushrooms that I've never seen. Oh no, I guess they're just backdrop. Are those real? No, this is a manipulator mode. Yeah, the mushrooms aren't real. So... I want to next go to copper, which was across the ravine. Hepilipoid wheat. Buried cache, and it's not very far. I might go to that. Pulpy roots, paraffinium, buried cache, knowledge stone, health restorative. Buried tech module. At the top of that ridge, I'll just fly over there. Oh, that's cool. You can mark it and just fly to it. Yeah, just land. Yeah, I'm learning how to do this like more efficiently. Today I'm after copper, but it's like actually kind of annoying to see it. There it was, copper. Take me to that. First, I want this, wasn't there something here? There was like some kind... Oh, there's a... There's a bird I haven't seen before. He's real, I didn't know that. So I know there's supposed to be something here. Tech module. Can you mark more than one thing? Like, does it let you do that? Like paraffinium. Then you unmarked this, right? Yeah, you did. You unmarked it. And I wish it would let you do more than one. That's something they could definitely fix. Not enough fuel in launch thruster, which takes uranium. And a lot of that. The hell was that? Oh, just taking off hurt me, I guess. I love this game. It does hit that fucking sandbox thing for me. It does. So does this game. So does Eve. They're all good like that. They're all super good like that. I love getting dark elementals to myself. It really makes me feel good. You can make like $100 a day, and at that kind of money, you could just buy the peacock charm eventually. It doesn't really matter. I keep buying things. Like I bought rings, I bought a belt, I bought pants. Like now, I should probably take a look at earrings before I save up for the peacock charm. But I'm gonna buy a peacock charm. I'm gonna buy like the best cloak that there is. I want to go get a tatami shield. I'll build a tatami shield run. There's a lot of really cool stuff that I can get. I have a bad shield. I need to but I'm not very proactive about going and getting that stuff because it just makes the game more boring when you get everything. No Man's Sky is so good. Like it like is now. It was not when it came out, and it wasn't for like 9 years. It really wasn't, but it is now. It's fucking really good. No, Oldcaster. I don't like the weapon switch keybind, which is like G. Maybe we could fix that. Yeah, can we fix that to 2? Does that mess with something else? I don't know. Much better. I mean, I guess 2 is like a keybind, so it sort of sucks, but I mean, I don't like fumbling for G. It doesn't feel right. Or I could put it on T. 2 might conflict, which is kind of annoying. I don't know. If I can get the key to work, I will. I look around and I see, like, resources here and now, and that's the sign of a good sandbox game. It's like, oh, I don't want to leave this place until, It's like Rust without the toxicity, kind of. On hardcore mode it is. It's like Rust without the toxicity. It's good. Get some oxygen, some ferrite, some dehydrogen. Like, wherever you land, it's, like, good probably to get all the resources that you see nearby.
Technology recharge.
The planet isn't that habitable. Like, it is kind of like the oxygen definitely does need to be supplied. It's annoying. But when you're in the base, it's not bad. So we got copper here. I suppose return to the mission agent. Oh yeah, I have to return to a mission agent, do I? We have to do that, and I'm full, and I need to process. I think I probably have enough copper here to get somewhere. Yeah, I was out trying to make antimatter. So we'll go home and we'll siphon, or we'll cycle. I like my little purple planet with pretty clouds and stuff. I think it's growing on me. I wish it was a green planet, but that's alright. Purple's a little bit more exotic. There's like weird animals here, and it's peaceful, but it's not like, you know, bad. So you land, and then you replace, like, right by the base so that you can get to the access of your items. Or actually, I mean, yeah, that's about right, actually. Yeah, that's good. So, okay, so now we go... I'm learning how to play the game better. So, I suppose the music wouldn't be bad. The music's been good. Let's turn the music back on. I kind of, like... Maybe I'll put it a little quieter today, but yeah. Exosuit upgrade in the portable refiner? Oh no, it wants me to do that. Okay. Easy chunks, pulse beams. So now I want you to separate. Let me hit this bit. Is that right? Yeah, I think it is right. Pure ferrite. 40 seconds. Dark finally switched. What was this? What? Whoa, whoa. What the fuck? What? What? Why? I'm in Jita. Why? What the fuck was this? Fuck's your problem, asshole? Why? We break things. Novus Ordo. Who the fuck is that? Oh well, it was worth 100 mil. I lost 100 mil. Fucking idiot. In a what? In what? Like, from what? Fucking stupid shithead. If I didn't make 500 million today, I would care. I don't care. I wish I did. Don't care. Just shitheads being shitheads as usual, with small penises and ruined communities and fucking jumping nakeds on the fucking beach because it's the only kill they have the fucking skill to get, sucking dick and ruin the games they don't deserve. Same old bullshit, small penis cocksucker. Same old bullshit, small penis cocksucker. What are you gonna do? What can you do about them? You can't. They're just gonna ruin the toilet, you know. They got in the sandbox. They consider the sandbox a toilet. They shit in it and eat it all day. I don't know why. Don't know why. Gotta abuse their community and be fucking bullies and pieces of shit. I don't know. I just tell them the truth right to their fucking face and block them. I can't move. I should just kill him. He's bound me here. Kill him before he kills me. There, flee. Flee. I don't want to die here to this elemental. No. Or I went to the wrong way. Oops. You're running back into the Aga, which could kill me. Maybe a little bit more careful in this. Ah, don't gaw me. There we go. I can probably sit like right here. This is probably safe. Fucking loser-ass Eve players ganking nakeds on the motherfucking beach for no profit at all. Fucking stupid pieces of fucking living shit. Sucking dick and ruining fucking Eve Online. As usual, ruining Mortal, ruining Eve, ruining Rust, just sucking dick and keeping the community small. We don't know why they're fucking like this or why they treat people like this. We just know to stay away from them, cuss them out, and block them when you fucking see them. Fucking worthless pieces of negative ass shit. I don't care how negative or toxic I'm being. I'm talking about them. They're the real problem. Well, I thought this thing broke down to something, but I guess not. So, gotta get all those planetary things now because they're like kind of getting up in my way. That's a lot of oxygen. I guess I could break it down to carbon. Silicate powder could go to glass. Keeps showing that stupid thing. I need chromatic metal. That was fast. Ganking, sucking dick for no money, because ganking targets that can't shoot back, shooting people who don't have guns equipped, and calling it skill. Worthless ass pieces of shit, just straight up. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, no. No. Oh, that's gonna be a stupid thing. That's like a, yeah, like a loss. Oh, well, that's okay. Always step on the low-sec bombs. I need to be more careful. Which one was it? Well, whatever's left behind I can trash. That's fine. Okay, up we go. This ship has gotten kind of dirty. Maybe I should clean it. It's been out there space trucking it for weeks. Yeah. So clean ship. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a little. Oh yeah. Look, it was very dirty. Look, that ship was very dirty. Damn. Anyways, we're getting out in a nice, clean. The music's so good. I want to turn it up a little bit. There we go, 40. I'm learning the 40 is really where everything should be. So, Oimo. Autaris. Fucking scrub. Fucking scrub. Shut the fuck up, noob. Why am I in Dune Awakening, son of a bitch? Why? No, I don't have to respond.
Technology recharge.
Tip number 1. How do you go from this to this? And why should you ever care about becoming the commander of ultimate space power in No Man's Sky? What are the benefits? A freighter is a colossal interstellar starship, essentially a hybrid between a spaceship and a space station. Owning one isn't just about having a massive ship, it's about claiming your supreme status among the stars. Freighters generate passive daily income of millions of units, valuable resources, and essential upgrades for both freighters and organic vessels. Your freighter functions as a mobile fortress, offering massive storage capacity and space for 18 additional starships, allowing you to swap ships on a go. It also enables your squadron to assist in every space battle, with the option to expand its initial capacity to 4 starships and upgrade pilots to S-class. With its powerful hyperdrive and scanning room, you can warp across vast distances and instantly scan star systems, making it easier than ever to find Earth-like planets. Beyond that, a freighter serves as a fully functional mobile base, complete with storage containers, shopping and customization stations, quick harvest gardens, and unlimited refining capacity. It also acts as a transition hub in systems where you don't have a base with a teleporter. Just summon your freighter instead of a space anomaly for faster access to teleportation across the No Man's Sky universe. Freighters come in various designs, sizes, and hull configurations, making the hunt for
8
your
minutes
ideal
for
ship
jelly.
a rewarding grind of its own. With so many customization options, even the most demanding players will find something to appreciate. And look at what happens to players who don't watch my efficient guides. They all get stuck in a walkthrough. If you
No Man's Sky early storage. That's helpful. Oh, oops. I love this game. I'm in love with this game. Like I haven't had a game jump at me like this in a while. It's
If you
good.
haven't seen my previous guides on starting the game efficiently, progressing quickly, and becoming a billionaire, check the links in the description below. You will save yourself a ton of time and gain valuable knowledge to speed up your progress. Tip number 2. So, how do you acquire your first freighter? Freighter battles trigger every 3 in-game hours and after 5 warps. However, an exception exists in pirate-controlled systems. Their dreadnought battles follow different rules, something I will explain later. Your first freighter can be obtained for free, so choose wisely. Then you board the freighter, you can immediately check its class using the Analysis Visor, which provides all the details including its type, class, number of technology and inventory slots, and price. Here is a crucial tip about freighter types. Every class C to S comes in 2 variants, normal and capital. Capital freighters have up to twice as many unlocked technology and cargo slots, but are also more expensive. Since upgrading a freighter can be time consuming, you might want to invest extra time in finding a capital version. Your best bet is to search in wealthy 3-star systems. There the chances of finding both higher class and capital freighters are significantly better. Consider skipping lower class freighters since class upgrades aren't possible in No Man's Sky. The good news is that you can exchange your current freighter for a better one at any time, transferring your previous freighter base to the new one so you don't have to rebuild everything from scratch. Before making the exchange, remove all technology upgrades and cargo to prevent losing them. This option also opens up another opportunity related to freighter ownership. Since searching for a high-class dream freighter can take a significant amount of time, consider claiming any random freighter as soon as possible. Not claiming your first freighter means delaying access to key features including the ability to start hiring frigates early, allowing them to level up faster through expeditions, freighter expeditions that boost passive income and provide valuable loot right away, a large ship hangar where you can easily swap ships, a mobile base with all the benefits that come with it, a long-range warp drive, the ability to grow plants without needing a power supply, unlike biodomes, access to all your storage containers anytime, the ability to summon any exocraft anywhere your freighter can warp to. So what is the best way to get an S-Class freighter? Before starting your hunt for an S-Class freighter, keep in mind that the crew race will match the dominant race of the system. The spawn chance of an S-Class freighter is influenced by the economy class of the system. Pirate systems have 5% chance, 3-star systems 2% chance, 2-star systems 1% chance, and 1-star systems 0% chance. Although outlaw systems have the higher probability of spawning an S-Class, wealthy systems offer a 30% chance of spawning an A-class freighter. If you are looking for a high-class freighter quickly, it may be better to get an A-class first and then hunt for an S-class later. If you still want to get an S-class freighter for free, you will first need to find a design you like in a pirate-controlled system. To locate one quickly, install a conflict scanner in your starship, open the galaxy map, set the filter to conflict mode, and look for red-marked systems. Among those, search for pirate-controlled systems. This may take some time, but eventually you will find one. Once you find a freighter design you like, memorize the name of a star system. There, the rescue mission was triggered. Reload your last save before the battle, create a restore point before warping in, then board the freighter and check its class. If it's not an S-class, reload the restore point to revert to a point before the rescue scenario. This is possible because the game doesn't create a restore point, then you exit your starship on a freighter before claiming it. Also, try another, much faster autosave method that allows you to restart the battle with the pirates. Unfortunately, while preparing this video, I was unable to trigger a rescue mission since I already own a pirate dreadnought. As a result, all the encounters I had were against the pirate dreadnoughts. However, I believe this method should also work for a regular rescue mission. After landing on the freighter and confirming that it is not an S-class, reload the autosave and engage with pirates again. The autosave should be created at the start of a battle, saving you a significant amount of time when replaying the battle dozens of times in pursuit of a desired S-class freighter. Anyway, be prepared. This process can take hours. Some players have reported reloading for up to 10 hours straight before finally getting an S-class freighter. Be patient if you are committed to getting the best for free. S-class freighters have the most cargo slots, 4 supercharged slots, and the best hyperdrive and fuel efficiency upgrades compared to lower classes. Maximum cargo slots are also based on class. A much faster way to get an S-class freighter is to buy one after claiming your first free freighter. This way, you don't need to participate in rescue missions, saving a significant amount of time. Simply warp between pirate-controlled systems until you find a design you like. Then board freighters to check their class. If unsuccessful, don't leave the system, just activate your hyperdrive, exit, fly for a while, and freighters will respawn nearby. Repeat this process until you find an S-class. Since you won't have to fight pirates every time, this method can be much faster. Tip number 3. To obtain a cool-looking pirate dreadnought, you will need to hunt for them in pirate-controlled systems. Freighter battles in these systems don't have a cooldown, and there is a 20% chance of encountering a space battle with a dreadnought then warping in, meaning on average every 5th jump will trigger one. There are several methods of efficiently hunt for a pirate dreadnought. Warping method. Warp into pirate-controlled systems until you trigger a freighter battle. Memorize the system name, reload your game, and continue warping as needed until the battle is available on your next warp. Before...
No, I don't want to go that far. I love this game. It's so good. It reminds. It's like an actual 3D like EVE Online. I don't really see the difference. I mean, there's stuff in EVE that you can't do in this game, like, and EVE is a PvP game because it's like press F1, wait for missiles to fire at target. That's all it really is. But this game has like full 3D fights that I think you could do PvP if you wish to. I can't do PvP. Yeah, I guess I always go to Niskolny. Mercenary standing. 1,000 nanites, not bad. Kill 10 creatures. Kill 4 sentinels, nice. I like the mission board. That makes the game a lot better for me. Kill this wizard. Kill this wizard. So now I go up and spend nanites on, I think, hand tool. Exocraft. Installable upgrade for 56.
Product received.
Maybe I have to go to the ship, I guess. I don't know, cannot install in this inventory type. I don't know why this doesn't work. Install in this inventory type, I guess. I don't know what that is. I lost nanites because it just won't let me use the upgrade, I don't know. Life support, movement.
You've been examined.
module.
Product received. Product received. Product received. Product received. Product received. Product received.
Ooh, platinum's worth a lot.
Units received. 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 chat.
4 is already. Hey everyone, welcome back. So Borderlands 4 is officially now here. It launched a couple of days ago, and the first few days have been kind of rough for the game, to be honest, or at the very least I would describe it as a mixed bag, because on one hand players are saying that this is one of the best feeling Borderlands games since 2. I guess there have been so many since 2, but a lot of people agree between reviewers or player sentiment, despite the negative stuff that we're about to get into. A lot of people agree like the game part of the game itself is quite good. The gameplay feels great, really cool structure with the open world that they've done, lots of interesting content between the main story and side stuff, and people are liking the story and the narrative and the dialogue and the humor of the game a little bit more. Me, I could take it or leave it, to be honest. I like the splashes of humor in what's otherwise a kind of more serious main narrative, but either way, narrative's not the biggest reason I come to these little games anyways. So yes, all of that stuff, like, I 100% agree. Like, there's a real lot I like about Borderlands 4, but at the same time, for what seems to be quite a lot of people, it's been absolutely an abysmal experience, primarily due to what is very poor performance and many glaring technical issues that the game has, which I also 100% agree with because I experienced them myself when I went about reviewing the game. In fact, looking back on my review now, I had a bit of a clairvoyant moment there when I said it started out really, really bad. And I'll just say this, like, if the majority of the player base has anywhere near what I experienced those first few days, I expect this game to get like really terribly review bombed, which is exactly what happened. Like, the game is getting reviewed into oblivion, and rightfully so. I went on to say, basically at this point, I'm sitting here hoping that the recent patches that came through will iron out a lot of the performance issues for most other players, because otherwise, if it doesn't, I think that's going to be just unacceptable for a lot of people. And it didn't. Although patches came out, and although thanks to doing some tweaks and stuff, my experience ended up being generally smooth. It started out, if you didn't watch a review, basically it started out really bad with fairly consistent stutters that eventually relieved over time as the game loaded in all of the shaders or textures or whatever was causing that stuttering. That eventually went away, and my performance got better, but I think that's just primarily due to the fact that I enabled DLSS as well as frame generation on top of having a fairly high-end PC.
Lossless doesn't hurt either.
What are your system settings? And I inevitably end up responding to those questions in the comments, but I'll just say it here in the video. I've got an RTX 4090, I have an i9 14900K, and I've got 64 gigs of RAM. So it may not be the top of the line of gaming PCs, but it's certainly up there. Like, it's a pretty darn good system. And yeah, as I predicted basically in the last video, so it has come true.
You know, if I was Force Gaming and I was making this much money at this with 1 million subs, I would absolutely invest like $7,000 into the world's best gaming rig. I don't really understand that. $7,000 is nothing for a business that makes millions. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. But he's like, you wouldn't call my rig at the top end of the world or whatever. Motherfucker, I'm the one with the rig from 2020, and I'm doing just fine. I've got a rig from 2020. I bought it in 2020. It's been 5 fucking years. It's about to be 6. Yeah, it was summer of 2020. I know when I did it. It was like June of 2020. Changed my life when I bought this computer, and it came with not enough RAM, which I didn't know. I didn't think not enough RAM was an issue, but it is for Sandbox games. It's not really that big of an issue for Windows to have like 16 gigs of RAM, but it is for Sandbox games. If you don't have 64 gigs of RAM for stuff like Rust, you just stutter, especially bad clients like Rust on Unity. It shouldn't have been like that. For other games, I didn't have issues, like, you know, but it, you know, and then eventually DLSS fixed all that. And so it's weird, like, and it's weird, like, I doubt I'll ever make money doing this. I just don't have the personality. I'm too angry of a person, or whatever it is, or too abrasive, or too in your face, or too whatever it is. I'm too toxic, whatever it is. But, like, overall, like, I just can't see. This guy, he's got 1 million subs. How much money is 1 million subs? How much money... is 1 million subs on YouTube? Yeah, that's like $35,000 a year. I guess he might not make that much money, I guess. Views, not subscriber counts. So his views are good though, I think. You know, these views, 26,000 views, that's pretty good. So, like, you know, and yeah, like, I would guess it's around 400 grand. okay, so let's say it's 35,000. It doesn't really matter. Let's say he's only making 35,000 with 1 million subs, right? And the views are maybe like less than some other people get. So, okay, say it's 35,000. I still, with that 35,000 and 1 million subs, I still would buy a $7,000 rig, even at 35,000. I'm like, nope, I've got to invest at least one fucking half of this, 1/5 of this at the very least. And what's 1/5 of 35 grand? 7 grand. That buys you the best. I mean, for 7 grand, you can buy. One of the nice things about, like, you know, like high-end gaming is it's not that expensive. It's expensive over the years, but I mean, it's not expensive up front. Like 7 grand for any hobby is actually not that bad. That's not that bad. Like, honestly, like certain other hobbies, like guns will run, if you buy like 25 guns, that shit's gonna run you like around like probably like $25,000 to $50,000 or something like that. And that is a hobbyist amount of guns, like 20 guns or something like that. And that is going to cost you like 50 grand. If you like cars, that's going to cost you like 250 grand or something like that. If you like fixing up cars, if you like having a garage or tools or that kind of thing, that shit can cost you tens of thousands of dollars. So these YouTubers, they talk about how they don't have the top of the line computer. And I just don't understand that. If I was making $35,000 a year, I would invest $7,000 into and I know what I would do. I'll tell you right now, I'm not fucking around with custom builds or anything like that. Nuts. I'm going to Alienware. I'm buying the best thing that they fucking have. Like every year, the best thing that they fucking have. Like this right now is the 5090 for Alienware Aurora 14 or something like that. You buy an Aurora 14, you have them install two 5090s in it. And it's gonna cost you like $5,500, but with that, for that kind of money, they're gonna want to help you. That's like selling a car or something. That's insane. So for chips, that's a lot of money. So they're gonna like help you. They're gonna like raid SLI config. Like 64 gigs of the fastest RAM in the world with two 5090s, RAID SLI configured and all set up through their fucking program and shit. And when they realize that you're coming in to dump like it's probably more like $7,000, and then you buy like fucking $750 worth of insurance. When you have a price tag of $8,000 per customer, they treat you well, and they are going to sell you, like, after the insurance of all of it, which is smart to do. You should get the insurance in case they sell you something bad or whatever. You want the shit to work that you're buying, so you buy the fucking expensive insurance. It's like $500 or something. So it all racks up after the $3,000 5090 and the original Alienware Aurora at $3,500 or whatever it is. You run like, I think it is like $8,000, probably $8,500, probably $9 grand max. Let's call it $9 grand at the worst. If you're like the richest McRicher, you blow like $9 grand. Now let's say with 1 million subs, you make at the very least, with lower viewership, you make like $35,000 in view and AdSense, right? I would invest $1/4. Now you might have to live off that 35 grand, so you just can't. You have to pay rent. Like you pay 25 grand in rent, and you've got like 10 grand left to like make it through the fucking year. So that's like, that's like your groceries every month and your transportation and your funny money and all this stuff. And so like, yeah, and like breaking down the math, I just don't really understand when the streamer, I think they're crumb bum kind of. Like they don't really have a vision of what it should be to be the best gamer in the world. Like him, he could be the best gamer in the world, but then he goes on about how he doesn't have the best market on the fucking, best rig on the fucking market. I don't understand that. I bet this guy's making at least 100 grand a year. I bet you he is, at least, at the very least, like 100 grand. But I would wager it's probably because he's hot. He's hot right now. I would wager it's more like 450 or something like that. So investing 9 to 10 grand in like the best SLI rated, configured, like dual rigged, rated, to dual 5090 Ti's with the best 64 SRL RAM or whatever the fuck shit it is. I forget all this stuff. Like all the RAM and the best processor available on the fucking market. You're looking at like 10 grand. You're like 10 grand something, maybe with cool, like liquid cooled jets and stuff and all that, or liquid cooled liquid cooler things and all the fancy lights and everything. It's like 10 grand. 10 grand, even on $35,000 a year, if that's your job, if you're able to sit there once, you know, if you're able to sit there all day, and you don't have to work every day, you don't have to publish a video every single day, you can go play video games because that's your fucking job or whatever, right? You can invest $10,000. Now, I don't think I'm ever going to reach $10,000 doing this because I'm long form. I don't talk to the chat. I don't care about their opinions. I'm toxic to the people who attack me. I don't care about the fucking community. I'm on all 20 of the games, so I don't really care about being in one particular community at all. And that's all very difficult to monetize. It definitely is. It definitely is. And then I have like 12 hours of videos every day. How could anybody possibly get through all that content? There's also just so much content that you can't get through it all. It's kind of insane. If you miss a day, you're just behind. It's just sort of crazy. The only person that can totally relate to it is the person who makes it, but I don't miss a day. So it's just kind of weird. So I don't understand. Even at 35 grand, let's say you have 1 million subs, but you're like Hassan Abi Presents or whatever, and you're doing reposts of edited Hassan videos or whatever. And you do have 1 million subs because you are popular, but you don't have like the craziest views, and you're not hot like he is because it's not daily. It's like, or it's daily, but it's like a repurge, like a regurgitation. And so you don't have amazing views, so you probably only make like 35 grand a year because it's like a channel that runs itself essentially, like requires a little bit of work each day or whatever. But you make like 35 grand because you're a regurgitated thing that it doesn't even have its own personality and doesn't talk to anybody, it doesn't have a community and stuff. And so I can see making, even doing that, I would still buy the best rig I could possibly get if I'm making 35 grand a year. And that's not that much. Like at that point, you can only spend like 3 grand. You don't need dual rated 5090s to run a Hasanabi regurgitation channel or whatever they call that, repost channel, like a repost channel or whatever. It's like a summary channel, right? And like, so
performance issues.
Yeah, so like he talks about performance issues, which I just plain don't fucking understand. It helps to keep him closer to his community when he plays on the same sort of rig that they do, and he's aware of this, and that's probably why he does it. But it's also like sort of weird, even for like, you know, somebody making 35 grand a year. You could shell out. I don't make any money doing this. I make like, you know, maybe if I'm lucky, I don't know, it's like 300 to 400 a year or something like that at the current rate that I'm at right now. So I just pay to do this. I just pay to do it. And like, and it's weird, like, I don't understand. I still spent like, I think like 3,300 on my computer or something like that. I think all in all, with the insurance and over the years with the RAM upgrades and the repairs I had to do and a new pump that was like, you know, and a new video card, a 4070 Ti, I think it is. 4070 Ti. It like was $440. And so that all in all made my computer, I think, about 3,500, something like that. And you can see the results. I'm playing like, you know, I'm playing fucking No Man's Sky in 120 solid DLSS on a 120 inch monitor. And I think that's actually really fucking good for the modern age. It looks really good to me. It might not look so good to you because it's being run through the Twitch the rehash engine. The bitrate, you know, the bitrate's not so good on Twitch. You know, I see this in 128,000 bitrate. You guys see it in 6,000. Like on my screen, it's 128,000 bitrate. My YouTube is 28,000 bitrate. Twitch is 6,000. You begin to get an idea. Twitch is like a fifth or a sixth of the quality of YouTube. It's insane. Because it has to be live, so it's like different. And YouTube is like, you know, whatever you want to stream in. It's like 24,000, I think, or something like that. 28,000, and like, but on my screen, I'm getting like 120,000, so it looks really fucking good. It looks really good on my screen. It's like super solid and stuff. I didn't pay that much to get this. I paid like I paid like, I think it was with the television and the computer and the cords, I think it was like all in all 4,400 or something like that. That's not that much. And I swear to God, I think I'm probably getting better performance than Force Gaming does, which is weird. I mean, he probably has a 5090, so he gets better performance than me. But I doubt he's running the games perfectly and properly. And like, I don't know. And also GeForce Now, I don't know if he's running GeForce Now, which is another really good way to get solid frames that don't ever get hitches. See, I don't ever get a hitch. See it? I can run this all day for 100 hours straight, and I'm not going to ever get a hitch because GeForce Now just doesn't hitch. You see it? It doesn't hitch like any other game on your hard drive. Even at the good SSD and a nice 5090, it's still going to hitch. But on GeForce Now, it doesn't fucking hitch. You just don't get that. You know, like, because the GeForce Now is like on this crazy rated thing that's got really good GPU, really good hertz, and really good video card. It just doesn't hitch. Like, and it's also all digital, so it does, and it's streams, so it just doesn't have any hitching. So like that's another thing. Like I'm long getting past over the point where I used to have performance issues because I usually sit solid 120 most of the time. This game's sitting solid 120. So performance issues isn't something I think should be a metric when you totally look at a game if you have the right setup. And it's weird when he says that I don't have the best rig in the world, because I'm like, I don't know, man. I blew 4,400, which is not much money even for anybody really. For a gamer, 4,400 for your rig is not that much. Even Xbox gamers pay like fucking, what is it for? I mean, how much is the newest Xbox? How much is the newest Xbox console with the biggest hard? How much is the newest Xbox console with the biggest hard drive? It's like $730, right? So, but you also need the TV, which is like another $700 to $1,500. Right there is like $2,200, right? That's not that. I mean, that's not that much, and it's not that little, right? It's both not that much, and it's also not that little. So for kids, it's really not that viable. It's like it's not that viable to dump like $2,400 on a kid. It's kind of insane. That's why we give them Game Boys and stuff like that, or Steam Decks. So, but I mean, like. So the economics of being a streamer in the gaming thing, I just don't understand. So I want to look Force in the eye at some kind of con or something, because I like Force, and ask him like, are you an idiot? Like, why wouldn't you invest like $7,000 a year into a good computer when you have a career that's at least, I guarantee it's at least $35,000, if not $100,000 a year for Force Gaming? No, he's gonna be making more. It's gonna be more, like $440,000 or something like that. And so like, why wouldn't you take like $10,000 of that and get the best rig on the fucking market? That's only 1/40th or whatever you made that year. You could buy houses and still buy you could buy like every 2 years you could buy a house and still afford a really good computer. I don't really understand how these streamers are like, I don't have a good computer. Like Asmongold was smart enough to just build Star Surge systems or whatever, so they always send him like every like 2 or 3 months they probably send him the brand new like best computer on the fucking market, because they know that he can use it to monetize his stream as well as their company. So for a while there he had a ticker that was like going ding every time they sold a computer, because he was directly like, that's kind of like when Wiz Khalifa smokes weed and sells weed and stuff. It's kind of like that. It's like his business promotes his business promotes his sales, and his sales promotes his business. And so like, and that's where I want to be, where I have a brand new computer like every 3 months or whatever. But yeah, fucking right, I'm never going to be that popular. If I do, it'll be from some weird fluke. It won't be from like me. And so like, it is sort of odd. Like he says, I don't have the best rig on the market. I don't understand that. Why would you buy the best rig on the market? It's not that expensive to call up. It's not that expensive to go to Dell. Like, we could go through the Dell Alienware thing. We could trick the AI into thinking that I'm about to buy a gaming computer, which I'm not at all. I love my gaming rig. It's 5 years old. It's still running so well. I swear to God, it's playing games at peak frames, no problem. 120, 98 to 120 something on a 120 hertz screen. It's a good in 120 it's like a 120 inch screen. That's good frames. That's like really good, genuinely good frames. Oh, no fuel. Oops.
Technology recharge.
Yep, keep going. So. Yeah, so we could act like we're gonna buy a new Alienware. Like, okay, you could even buy a laptop every year. They sell good laptops. They sell like crazy good laptops. Like, they sell like the ultimate gaming experience in an 18-inch laptop, and I think they're right too. You can soup this up so fucking crazy. You don't even need like a fucking tower for for $2,600 or more. Like, it's like $29.90 for the best thing that they sell. It's a 5080 in a laptop. And like, I mean, yeah, that's not that much. And at that point, that's about the same specs that Force Gaming is talking about. You could take this, you could buy this for $3,000. You could take it down to LA or something, like over the weekend, to I don't know. You could take it to like Silicon Valley. And you could ask like the best tech there to soup up this laptop to the best fucking thing that they could possibly do. Or you could just do it online. You could just go buy it online. You could go buy a custom computer online for not that much money, like $4,000 or $5,000. Have them dual RAID, like have them attach a fucking another video card to it through a SCSI device or whatever. Through a USB device or whatever. But there's lots of things that you can do to run the best rig in the fucking planet for not that much money. When you consider that your career is making you like between at least 40 grand, if not 400 grand, $3,000 for the best laptop on the fucking planet doesn't really seem like that much money to me. And you would have this, you would buy the best, if you were the best gamer like Force Gaming or whatever, you would buy like the best laptop and the best rig, like the best Alienware rig, and it's not that much money for both of them. It's like max 15 grand or something like that. 15 grand is not that much money to invest into a business. Do you know how much money it is to make the average restaurant down the street from your fucking house? It's like $2.6 million or something like that, just to keep a restaurant running for like 1 year. Getting a gaming rig that will run fine for 5 solid fucking years with the best 5090s and like out there dual rated like two 5090s, right? It's not that expensive. It's like 10 grand. I don't understand when these streamers are like, I don't have the best rig in the world. I'm like, I don't understand that, motherfucker. Aren't you making like 100 grand a year? And you've been doing this for how many years? 5 or 10 years, and you don't have the best rig? Why? Are you stupid? It's like saying you're a race car driver and you run around in a Subaru Impreza. That's not right. Subaru Imprezas can't win that race. You're like, oh, I don't have the best rig. I ride around in a Subaru Impreza, but yet I'm a video game race car driver. And that seems fucking weird to me. I do want to troll them to their faces. Like, dude, you don't know how to run a fucking business. Your image and your business were truly not done right. You're doing better than me. You're making more money than me. You made a living off this. You're doing better than me. You're smarter than me. I admit it, right? Or whatever. You got that cuspa or whatever it is. You got lucky. You were there with your videos when at the time when they wanted you. You were just there. But I mean, I don't really understand with that kind of clout and that kind of money, why wouldn't you buy a brand new computer? I mean, I don't mean brand new. I mean competitive, like a competitive computer, which is not that much money. It's like $7,000, $9,000 something. And he's like, I don't have the best rig in the world. And I'm like, but I don't understand that. What's the point of doing your job then? My whole thing as a gamer is like, okay, if I'm gonna make a living off this in my industry, then I'm gonna have like a $9,000 computer every year, like a brand new $9,000 computer, like every year, and I'm gonna give my old computers away to all my friends and family, and I'll be the computer guy that they love. I'm the streamer who gives them $9,000 computers, and stuff, right? And they love you because you hand them this like $10,000 rig, and you're like, oh no, it's all scrubbed and it's got a brand new copy of Windows on it, and it is like technically the best computer in the world. And when they open it, it loads up in like 15 seconds, and they're like, what the fuck, like this computer loaded in 15 seconds. My crappy laptop makes me wait like 95 seconds, and they fire up the rig, and it goes up in 15 seconds, and it's like, hello master, would you like to play Minecraft? And they click a button and it fires up Minecraft at 360 frames per second, and they're like, what? And they play Minecraft, and they're like stumbling around in Minecraft, and they're like, what the fuck? I have 400 frames per second on this crazy ultra-wide monitor that you gave me. And that's the perks of being a good gamer. I don't really understand it. Why would you be in this? If you're monetizing yourself the way that Force Gaming monetizes yourself, what's the reward there as a gamer? It's the best rig in the world. What else would you buy? I swear to God, if you're a bad nerd who does this too much, what else would you buy? You would buy like what did Ninja buy? He bought like the best rig in the world. He bought a case of Red Bull, and when he did that, when he started putting like a whole fridge of Red Bull on his fucking counter, I guarantee they like subsidized him. They sponsored him, right? And like those are the perks that you have as a modern gamer. Hello.
Hi there.
Hey.
Can you talk?
Yes, hold on. Sorry, I got a phone call. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so buy a new rig. I don't really understand that. Like, buy a new rig every year. Like, how do you? Okay, if you're a streamer, especially if you're a streamer, you need a new rig like every year. I buy a new rig every 5 years because I'm not in this for the money. I'm doing this pretty much as like a non-profit. I mean, I make money, but just enough to stay under the wire because it's like, you know, I don't need income to do my job. I just need to, you know, be healthy and alive. So I do need income to buy all the games, and you guys do help me with that. But it's weird. Like one of the things I would do if I had more money from you guys, I would buy new rigs. But I mean, an old rig is good enough. He's right about this.
Have resulted in a lot of really, really bad reviews. So currently the game is sitting at a mixed rating on Steam. It's got over a little over 7,000 user reviews, and at the moment it has a 63% rating, and that is up rather drastically because in the first day, like in the first 24 hours, the game was mostly negative. It was a mostly negative score, and I think the last time I looked, it was at like a 35% rating. So that is very, very bad. For the most part, all of those reviews were, well, let me just show you a few examples here. None of my friends can get the game to start past the main menu. When you quit and restart, it doesn't close the original instance and it still uses full memory. Doesn't matter how good the game is, AAA devs deserve low reviews on their games until they learn to release working titles. Don't exactly blame them for that opinion. Or this one here, gameplay is fun, but the crashing and frame issues on a pretty beastly PC, even at lower settings, is pretty unacceptable for a $70 game. I think that's not helping matters much either. Like, it's a full premium price tag here, and to have such terrible performance while after spending what for a lot of people is a lot of money, not great. And it just goes on. Another negative review, terrible optimization, another Unreal Engine 5 casualty, not worth buying in its current state unless you have a NASA PC. And that's another thing though, even people on NASA PCs are reporting just funny framing. Yeah, even if you have a NASA powered computer, a lot of people are still performing issues. It seems like a lot of the 500 series cards in particular for NVIDIA cards, even like worse issues than me, like I'm running on a 4090 and I've gotten in the game, it's to a point right now, again, I have DLSS, everything is pretty much set in the high-ish range, DLSS and frame gen, and I'm like pretty much buttery smooth now, but required frame gen, and I know the frame gen really only works if your baseline frame rate is rather high. If you're like hovering in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, using frame gen, I've heard can even make it worse for a lot of people. So it's certainly not a one-size-fits-all solution. And again, the reviews, it just
nice.
goes on and on.
I upgraded my gun.
Negative review. And
I like this game. It's well made.
All of them, the top line is performance, optimization, just technical problems. The game's not in a good state. And it's not even just like Steam users who are reporting this issue. And someone pointed me to a clip here where they were promoting Borderlands 4 on Conan O'Brien's Clueless Gamer segment, where he was just like fumbles around some games and makes some Conan O'Brien jokes. And things didn't exactly go as planned while they were recording this here.
And this gives me a sight, right? No.
Oh no!
Hold LB, which is the heaven. I don't know.
Oh, the game crashes. This is supposed
crashes.
To be promotional stuff for Borderlands. Not exactly the kind of image they want to showcase here. This next part's the best, though.
You crashed the game? How? I crashed the game.
So he's never seen this crash
crashed
before,
the game.
What makes this so funny is that when you buffer back to the crash, it says right here, the game has crashed more than once recently. Restoring default settings may fix the issue. He's never seen this crash before.
I've never seen this. This is fantastic. I've never seen this crash. I crashed the game.
Oh yeah, but the warning pop-up says the game has crashed like several times recently. It doesn't actually say several, but it's at least crashed more than once recently, according to the error message that popped up. So, you know, and they go on, it's, you know, they're professionals, right? He goes on and tries to like play it off like, haha, oh no, geez, what happened?
I've never seen this. This is fantastic.
I've never seen this crash before.
Sorry, Borderlands 4.
Whatever the reason was, they've got this like promotional segment on Conan O'Brien's show here, and the freaking game crashes. So a bit of a detour, but kind of the point being like clearly this game has some technical problems.
Optimization
Even
issues.
when they're trying to market the game, they can't escape the technical issues. So
No.
lots of problems just reported across the board. Now, not everybody is having problems, or at the very least, not everybody is having the same level of extreme issues with the game. And that's kind of the situation where we sit right now. Some people are having extremely bad issues, though, and it seems like a lot of people are having issues. I'm not trying to diminish it whatsoever. So
No,
this
no.
needs to be something that they address.
Yeah.
Now, the reviews have been climbing over time, and I think a large part
I'm
of
sure
the
it's a
reason
good
for that is,
game.
like, on the first day, you know, people aren't reviewing the entire game on Steam.
They don't make
because
bad
none of
Borderlands.
those people have played the entire game, so they're just posting their initial, like, what is the initial experience like? And when you're having terrible performance, when you're crashing, when you can't even boot the game, when you've got multiple instances of the game running, that's going to be the negative, an outpouring of the negative problems, especially when it's technical related. And then as time goes on and people play the game and they leave their impressions on the game itself, that score climbs. It's still probably going to be in the negative for a while, though, until they deal with the massive amount of performance issues that the game is having. Now, that's not all, though. Heading over to a few of the social pages here, specifically looking at some Reddit threads. So this one thread here suggests going in and making some specific tweaks to the ini files of the game, specifically aimed at combating the volumetric, just the high amount of volumetric fog that they have. And they posted some examples of side-by-sides of, like, here's the baseline game with its level of volumetric fog, and then when it's lifted, you know, it certainly, like, the game does have a heavy reliance on that, and it does make quite a big difference. Like, here, look at these two side-by-side. So here is the baseline, I don't know what graphic settings it's at, but here's, like, the baseline level, and here it is with the ini adjustment, where it just completely removes that volumetric distant fog. Now, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, though, when I look at these two things, I don't love it with 0, but I do certainly agree, and I thought as much myself while playing, like, it's pretty aggressive, the distance at which that this, like, dense fog is laid over everything. It seems far too close. I mean, it seems like the edge of that fog is starting just like a couple of 100 meters away or something. I feel like it would be better. I don't love this, like, where there's none and it's just, like, clear all the way to the other side of the moon. I can see that tree. Like, I want some distance and perspective creation with something like volumetric fog. It's just way too close here. I feel like there would be a happy medium where, like, if the fog started, just in this example, somewhere behind those pipings, like at the back tree line there or something, you know what I mean? I think that would be good, but I don't love removing it completely. But that's another thing. The big thing, though, with this is that doing this evidently was helping some people with the performance of their game. And if that's the sacrifice to, like, if you're having performance issues and that can deal with it, that's a great potential workaround for the time being.
They're like
It's
doing
very good to suggest
workarounds.
the
They're like
concept
doing workarounds for how unoptimized this game was at launch. This is why I don't buy them at launch anymore, because they're actually really frustrating. They're fucking frustrating at launch. Dragon's Dogma 2. Remember when I returned Dragon's Dogma 2? I'm certain that Dragon's Dogma 2 is a really good game. But I mean, I want to, I don't know, I want to play it, but it's also a chonker of a title that does not run well with others. And it, like, you know, and it has issues. It, like, does have issues. It's unfortunate. Maybe I should get a newer copy of Dragon's Dogma 2 that might have, like, support for DLSS and stuff. Because Dragon's Dogma 2 would be a fun game to play in the background. It's got good music. It's got good battle. It's got good mage stuff. It's, you know, it is a fun RPG. But I don't know. Like, it is a single-player game, which always makes it a struggle for me. I can't run it in the background. It would be a good game to buy on Epic and play in the background on Epic. Like, I'll go take a look if Dragon's Dogma 2 is on Epic. Dragon's Dogma 2. Other stores. No, they don't have Dragon's Dogma 2. Maybe it's on GOG. Yes, Dragon's Dogma 2 is on GOG. This is the version that I want. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is a vote. Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon's Dogma 2. Are you fucking serious? Oh man, Dragon's Dogma 2 will not be on GOG. This is because of all this stupid shit with DRM. I don't want them shutting me out of my other games. I will not get shut out of No Man's Sky on GeForce Now because it's a chonker of a sandbox and it does run really badly. So, or not badly, but you know, it needs GeForce Now, and like in my opinion, and I don't want these games locking me out. I could just go steal it, I suppose. I have Dragon's Dogma 2. I think I have a running copy. I can just hit the executable right now, and I like Dragon's Dogma. But it doesn't run well with FFXI. It's not an optimized client. It doesn't use DLSS that well. I haven't played it since I bought my new card, maybe. I don't know. Did I play on my new card? I don't think I have. That was last summer. Have I played Dragon's Dogma 2 on my hard drive since then? I don't know. We could go try to fire it up because it is a good game. It pauses, which is a nice thing. I think it pauses, right? Does it pause? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't pause. I think it's live all the time. It's got issues, and it's a console game. It's just not really a PC RPG. It's kind of still a console game in a lot of ways. It's a controller game still.
Version of the game might have memory leak issues. They say that start noticing a lot of frame drops and screen tearing after a couple of hours of playtime, and then just closing out of the client and restarting it then fixes it. And that, I mean, that does indeed sound like it could be a memory leak issue. I've not played the game on console, so I have no clue, but just something I wanted to point out there. Now, outside of any of the performance-related discussions, some other things have popped up that I thought were worth mentioning. For one, going back to the consoles, I've learned that they don't have an FOV slider on the console version of the game. I saw multiple
FOV slider
about this very fact. No FOV slider. How does the game not have an FOV slider?
There's no FOV slider. I might as well play Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I mean, come on. Can I play Wonderlands? Like, you won't let me, will you? No, I don't know. I would have to install it. I think I would have to install it, which is like, it's probably like 70 gigs or something. I don't know. I want another game in the background that's a good sandbox. I think it might be Caves of Cud. It's kind of dumb, but I mean, I do like the combat, and in Caves of Cud, it's addictive to me. Yeah, oh yeah, we're back on this generation, huh? Okay, yes, accept. Set dest. Accept. Add waypoint. Accept. Add waypoint. Optimize route. 9 jumps. Oops. Come back here at the end of it. Make sure the cargo's in the hangar. Undock. Yes, and autopilot. No dark weather for hours, but that's okay. I'm still making money. I should just park here at the ice elemental and just kill him over and over again and not worry about travel. I'm learning. I guess I did. I killed them, huh? Alright, let's flee to the other side. Don't waste flee.
Sickness inducing, which is something that I can personally certainly empathize with. This one is particularly interesting. Like, no FOV slider 2025 on next gen is crazy. Even Borderlands 3 on console presumably had an FOV slider. And so Why not, you might ask? Well, this is another performance related thing, because the higher your field of view, the more your hardware has to render, and that impacts performance. It's pretty much known that, like, as you extend FOV, it has a greater and greater impact on your performance, because games render what you can see on your screen. In fact, I don't know if all games, but I remember reading that a lot of games will literally only render what you're viewing, and then everything else kind of like disappears, and then as you spin the camera around, that stuff gets rendered, and the stuff you were just looking at like is no longer being processed by your hardware. I'm sure there's some more technical, better explanation of that, but that's kind of my layperson understanding of the matter. So it doesn't have an FOV slider, and that is most certainly due to the fact that they must have found that opening up the FOV any more than what they offer at a baseline, which I'm guessing is something like 85 or 90, that's typically what it is on consoles, opening that up anymore.
I think Tiny Tina Wonderlands might be better than Borderlands 4. I don't know.
Drastic impact on performance. What's interesting though is that I have heard that generally, like the console versions of the game, they haven't been having huge performance issues like the PC has been having. So worth noting. But yeah, no FOV slider, which they're not very happy with. So hopefully that's something that gets addressed as well. Disappearing world bosses. Now, I didn't end up mentioning this on the review video that we did, but it is something that has happened to me as I've continued playing the game. Those bubbles, those like what I call like dynamic world boss events that could pop up. You would see them periodically at certain points of interest. A big dome would appear, you'd go in, and there'd be a boss for you to fight in there. Well, what will happen is if you at all leave that bubble, the boss vanishes. And sometimes it was really hard to tell, and I would think, like, I don't believe I left the bubble, but the boss still disappeared. I've seen several threads and people discussing this being just kind of an annoyance, and something that, one suggestion that I saw was maybe having a countdown timer so that it would let people know, like, hey, you've left the bubble. If you don't get back into it in 5 seconds, the boss is going to vanish. But especially there have been some bosses that have had things that kind of push you around. There's been a couple of times where I've been knocked out of that boss dome, and then the boss just vanishes, and you know, he had like 5% health left. I was just about to kill him and get all my loot. So kind of a bit of an annoyance, and I hope they make an adjustment to how that is implemented. A couple of bits of discussion about implementation of the game's user interface. One that really stood out to me when I saw this thread, it's like, only game I've ever played where you have to hover over a redundant icon to see your currencies. I don't quite get that either. So there's that money icon that's in the bottom right corner when you're looking at your inventory, but to see the currencies, you got to go and hover over it. It's like, why is that icon there? Why have that hover icon? Why not just display the currencies in the bottom right there? Like, I agree, it feels redundant. It feels completely unnecessary. And then another complaint about the UI was the fact that when you go into the customization, so there's the cosmetic unlocks, you get them while you're playing, completing quests, completing events, whatever, turning stuff in, doing bounties, side missions, a lot of activities in the game. The game has like a ton of unlockable customizations for your character, for your Echo 4 little robot that follows you around, for your weapons, as well as for your vehicle. But as you unlock stuff, you have to like scroll down to find which are unlocked, instead of, the game doesn't automatically just like have all the unlocks display at the top and then all of the locked ones display below it. Yeah, it's just kind of strange. Or at the very least, like, give me an option to filter it that way if you want to keep it this way in some whatever order this must be set in. Is it like order of the time in which you can unlock it? Is it like alphabetical order? I don't even know. But as it is, like, you might have an unlock that's like all the way down at the bottom of the screen, and you have to scroll all the way down until to see if you even have it in the first place. Definitely a few like UI annoyances and things that I think could be improved for sure. Now, at the same time, while we are talking about the negative side of stuff, I saw this thread here that says, so much negativity, almost every post is about the lack of FOV slider, crashes, or performance. I've barely seen any posts regarding the actual game itself. It's the first game in a long time that I've actually sat for hours and enjoyed, hardly noticing time flying by. I've already clocked 9 hours, goes on, yes, highly addictive. Performance could be better, cap your frame rate lower settings. But why are we just talking about the negative? Well, I think it's because like there's like multiple reasons for this. For one, just kind of a negativity bias online. I think especially on places like Reddit, people who have complaints or grievances with things are more likely to post it than people who are just gushing about things. That kind of tends to be, at least on Reddit, at least in my experience on gaming subreddits, most of what you're going to see is negative. There are periods of time where that might not be the case, and I think there are certain communities that are more positive than negative, but tends to be how it is, especially if there is any, and this is the real thing here with this game in particular, and this conversation in particular, especially if there's any widespread legitimate grievances. And I think that that's definitely the case. Like, yes, I fully agree. with what this person is saying, at least the aspect of, hey, this is a good game other than these issues, but other than those issues are things that people either can't or like literally are unable to look past because their performance of their game is so bad that they're having a hard time enjoying the game. And if my performance wasn't improved by tweaking the settings, enabling DLSS and frame generation, I would first of all, I wouldn't have played. I'm like coming up on 40 hours now. I wouldn't have played as much if my performance stayed as bad as it was in those first like 2 to 3 hours, until the stuttering eventually dissipated and fully went away, and until I made the tweaks that smoothed out performance. If performance was as bad as it was in the first hour that I played the game, there's no way I would have gone past 10 hours, because it's a terrible experience. So if people can't do anything to get past a terrible performance, of course they're going to be spending a lot of time complaining about it, and of course they're going to leave a negative review, because it does legitimately completely ruin the experience. I have not played a game that had horrendous performance, it just like was not smooth at all, was constantly stuttering, that I've been able to stomach for more than 5 hours. Like, even not accounting for things like dealing with motion sickness, which is something that I deal with. It's why I rarely play VR games anymore, and it's why first-person shooter, I really need to adjust things. Like, I need to turn off motion blur, I need to make sure the FOV is wide enough, I gotta make sure the sensitivity is in a proper position, because I'm easily prone to that kind of motion-induced sickness when looking at games in first person. Maybe that partly explains kind of my tendency to prefer third-person shooters, to be honest with you, because I never deal with it there. It's a weird thing, the mind plays tricks on you, right? But no, I totally understand. I mean, I know it can be a lot if you are playing and enjoying a game, if you're having a good time, and that is my tendency. Like, that's what I try to focus on. I try to focus on and spend my energy, because we are playing video games after all, and the point of them is for entertainment. So if I'm not entertained, if there's something I really dislike, I
fix it.
Move on.
Yep.
But if there's something you want to like, or you're hearing other people are enjoying and you think you would as well, but you're coming up against these brick walls of glaring issues, like your game barely runs, I get the complaints. I do. I totally 100%. And I think they're justified. It can be a lot if you're enjoying it from this person's perspective, but just let people air their grievances as far as I'm concerned. While there are a lot of legitimate issues, and I would consider the game's problems with performance right now some seriously legitimate issues. Now, it's not all bad. As mentioned, I like a lot about this game. We've also already started seeing some nice little memes here that I wanted to share with you. This is a good one. Really creative. Never seen anything like this before. Get ready for this. Sliding down. This is pretty early on. I think this is still tutorial or just post-tutorial from what I recall. And oh no, not again.
Finally awake.
Not again. And then this one was pretty good too. This one says, well, this is gonna take a while. My man here playing Vex, he's got a little minion trouble. And they're trading places. They're like, all right, I'll attack you up there. Okay, I'll meet you. No. Okay, meet me up here. No, all right, we'll fight down here. No, let's fight back up here. Okay, fine, I agree. They can't get on the same page. It's a real problem. Just a couple of funny little things I saw. I really appreciated. Now, despite all of the, as we discussed, like legitimate grievances and problems people are having that resulted in a lot of the negative reviews that we've seen over on Steam, there's been a lot of positive word of mouth, because under all of those issues is I think, legitimately good game, and that has resulted in quite a large player base. As of right this second, there are 225,572 concurrent players. That is the all-time peak for the game. And interestingly enough, looks like it might be an all-time peak, at least as it refers to Steam concurrent player counts for the Borderlands franchise. Borderlands 3 peaked 5.5 years ago at just under 94,000 concurrent players. Borderlands 2 looks to be the second most popular in terms of concurrence in the franchise, peaking at under 125,000 concurrent players. And then I went back and I was curious for the first Borderlands game, really was surprised that its all-time peak was 24,000 concurrent players, which was a lot lower than I expected, because I remember the game being popular back in the day, but evidently. And if you're wondering, well, of course, you're looking at the Borderlands Game of the Year edition. When I tried searching the Borderlands not Game of the Year edition,
that's on Steam. It was a 360 game.
Because what happened basically was that got migrated. The Borderlands Steam page got migrated when they released the Game of the Year edition, but the concurrent player counts still refer to that original game, because the all-time peak is that just under 24,000 happened 13.2 years ago, whereas the Borderlands Game of the Year edition is listed on the Steam pages having launched in 2023. So clearly that wasn't, 13 years ago either. So yeah, just to clear up any confusion with that there. All right, so what's next here? Well, I think best case scenario in the coming days and weeks, they've released patches to address the performance and technical issues. That is like priority numero uno. Get all of the people who bought your game and are wanting to play your game, get their technical issues resolved as much as possible so that they can play the game in a smooth state. I don't know how realistic and how long this is going to take, but clearly what they aimed for prior to release wasn't good enough for many, many people, which is what's resulted in the negative press that they've been getting because the game has had a lot of issues. Then obviously they got to fix any bugs that are occurring. I haven't seen a ton of these pop up. I guess like the Vex's minion bouncing back and forth, like that's a bug, but while playing I actually can't think of any like actual bugs that happen. Like I don't recall ever clipping through the terrain. I don't recall a quest not working or NPCs bugging out through anything. So yeah, actually now that I think of it, I don't think I saw a single bug in my playtime, which that's good to know. Quality of life stuff, hopefully they can make some tweaks to how the UI is implemented and things like those bosses despawning the second that you step outside their bubble. At least give us a warning or something. That would be nice, especially for like force bumped out. And then after that, maybe in the coming days and weeks we'll tackle the topic of endgame, because that's probably a whole video into and of itself. They've got some issues from what I've been seeing. I just got to endgame recently, and I don't know. We'll talk about it in another video. At this point, though, I would say to wrap it all up, like I genuinely think Borderlands 4 as a game is very fun. I love the gameplay. The open world has been really cool. There's a lot to do, a lot to explore. Really enjoyed going through that process, and it's just been a plain old good time to play while it's running good. And that's the big factor here, because if it's not running well for you, you're not going to be having a good time. Clearly they have some massive issues to sort out, and I hope they do. So I'd say if you are at all concerned that you might not, if you haven't bought the game and you are at all concerned that you might not have a good time with it performance, which it seems like unless you're running some rather high-end hardware, there's a good chance you won't. Just best to wait it out. Like if you're not in a rush, you're not in a hurry. A lot of people aren't. There are a lot of people who are having issues, but there's also a lot of people who aren't. It's a mixed bag. You get the Steam refund policy. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you jump. You'll know within the first hour if you're having big performance problems. If your frame rate is just total crap, you'll know right away. So I guess that could be a determining what you use as a determining factor. But yeah, there you go. That's it for.
Going to like go through the cloud cover like a fucking
really,
plane.
I think it's a shame because again,
I hope they improve the clouds soon.
That I think the game itself, I really love playing the game. The gameplay is a lot of fun.
So cool. You like 747 through the clouds.
And it's just a shame that it's what's otherwise seems like a really good Borderlands game is being completely dragged down by some massive performance and technical issues, on top of some of the other little grievances that we mentioned here as well. So hopefully they get it fixed, because yeah, this could be really good long term for a lot of people. I've really been enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to diving more into Endgame. Well, again, I'll save that topic for another video though. Let me know how the launch of Borderlands 4 has been going for you. Have you been playing? How has performance been? Performance or not? How have you been enjoying the game? Let me know your thoughts below. Thanks for watching, guys.
I'm going to steal this game because it's already irked me with its problems.
Borderlands 4 is officially out now. I have played a good chunk of it. Some of you guys in chat have also played a good chunk of it. And as you can see on Steam, right now we are sitting at mixed reviews. Now, as I'm sure we all can suspect and could have predicted, it's mostly performance issues is the primary concern. This one, none of my friends can get the game to start past the main menu. When you quit and restart, it doesn't close the original instance and still uses full memory. This one, refunded after freeze, Steam couldn't even close it. Hot garbage on the best available hardware, 9950X 3D and 70 or 5090. It runs both lowest settings and highest settings, stuck at 55 to 61 FPS. Even toggling 4x frame gen on or off doesn't budge the frame rate, so that's totally broken. This one, Stutterlands 4 review, an unholy trio of pricing, UE5 and Denuvo. Terrible optimization, another Unreal Engine 5 casualty, not worth buying in its current state unless you have a NASA PC. So on and so forth. I've tested it. I've played it. And I need to paint you a little picture of what happened here, okay? Just so you have a clear understanding. You remember 3-4 days ago, there were previews. Actually, I think it was longer. It was like a week ago. It was like the 4th or 5th of September is when they put that out. What happened is they sent us review codes like maybe the 4th, the 3rd. I got mine like the day before the preview embargo went up, but let's just say they sent out the codes on like the 3rd. Okay, so the 3rd. On the 3rd, this version of the game right here ran like hot donkey ass, like bad. Okay, stuttering to the point where like you'd go into a zone, it would stall for a solid quarter second and then move forward. Like it was basically unplayable. And I was like, this is not great. And there were articles posted when that review preview embargo went up where we were only allowed to talk about the first like couple hours of the game, and those previews largely mentioned the bad performance if they were playing on PC. People playing on console, you know, apparently have had very little issue, but on console or on PC it's been an issue. Roughly like half a week later, I believe it was around the 8th, I want to say, I think, don't quote me on these exact dates, but it was around there. They issued a patch on the back end for reviewers. That significantly improved things, like to a large degree. So it went from unplayable to not great, but at least playable. It still stutters when you enter areas, but it's better. Back on the, I think it was the 10th, maybe, 9th or 10th, they issued the NVIDIA drivers. So like that's often a big cause of concern with reviews, is if you're experiencing a lot of performance issues. Sometimes it can just be because the new drivers aren't out, and once you get the new drivers, it greatly improves performance. So they issued those, and after those drivers went out on the 9th or 10th, whatever it was, I made
The whole
my
industry
video
has
that
to
went
get
up on the main
ready
channel this
for
morning. And
fucking
so all that footage
Borderlands.
you're seeing in that video
So
is
weird.
with it running the best possible situation I could have had it. And even then, it's not great. So it was really not great a week ago. Now it's better, but it's still not great. And here's the thing. The game basically requires a supercomputer to run, unfortunately. If you're playing on PC, it is extremely heavy. Like, extremely heavy.
See,
And
Wonderlands did
could
not have
try to
that
come up with a
issue.
reason as to why that is. I think there's a couple different possible explanations for it. Here's some gameplay footage of the game from Jack Frags. I could try to come up with a reason for why it's so heavy. I think a lot of it is that it's just one of these games that's running in Unreal Engine 5, and it requires and is built around using upscalers. So what I've seen is that people who are complaining about really bad performance, who are
They don't
saying
have
they're getting in,
upscalers.
like, the
They have
20s with
3060
50, 90s and stuff,
Ti's.
they're trying to brute force it at
On
native
3060,
resolution,
yeah.
which unfortunately for
They bought a
old school
3060
gamers
Ti
like us,
for like $750
just
and they
not-
expect it to work, and it's not going to.
we're kind of
Because there
past
was
the
a big
age of
plateau
developers
in the
building
industry
games
right
to
about
run
then.
natively. I know.
Not plateau,
I'm a
it was a-
boomer
there's a
too.
big
I
mesa.
feel it. I would
There's a
rather
big,
games
like,
run natively. I think
like a
it looks
big
better. I think it's just a better
bump in the-
option.
in the tech.
But that's just not how devs are working nowadays. Nowadays, they are building games with the assumption you're going to run it at like 1080p and upscale to 1440, or render it at
That's what I'm
1440 and
doing.
upscale it to 4K. Or let's be real, more realistically, render it at 530p and upscale to 4K. Let's just be real with what's happening. So I think that that's part of the reason some people are seeing excessively rough performance, is because they're trying to get it to run like KCD2 when it's just not. KCD2, you remember when they posted that performance spec sheet where they say like, hey, minimum requirements, recommended specs, you know, ideal, whatever. When they posted that, I remember replying to that tweet and asking, is this running, or are these recommendations based on using upscalers, or is this based on running native? And they replied almost instantly. Satobi replied and was like, nope, all of our optimization is done assuming no upscalers, and then upscalers are used to give you further improved performance. But we are not building this in a way where we are assuming you're going to use upscalers. We don't want you to have to do it unless you want to. And again, yet another reason why KCD2 is goated and why Warhorse are absolute chads. And it's because they kind of get this. Whereas a lot of other games, especially Unreal Engine games, are being built with the presumption that you're going to use temporal upscalers and tools like FSR, DLSS to get it running decently. In addition to all of this other stuff, because there are certainly performance issues, there is a shader compilation issue within Unreal Engine with open world games just in general that has been pervasive for years at this point, that they did significantly improve again with that patch on the 8th. They did fix that and apparently rebuild a lot of how the shader compilation works for the open world stuff. So it's way better. Here it was basically running straight out of the box with that version, and it was like I said, unplayable. But the version that they posted on the 8th, way better, but still it stutters and it's still really heavy to run. Paired with all of this is the additional problem, which is Denuvo. If you don't know Denuvo is the anti-piracy software layer that basically goes into a lot of PC games, especially on the AAA side of the industry. And they basically what they do is they try to prevent you from being able to crack the game and pirate it. It's the idea, at least. And it does this by constantly checking with like an external server. It's why a lot of these games will require always online connections, even when they're offline single player games, because if they have Denuvo, they have to make sure that the copy of the game you're running is legitimate, and they do that with that Denuvo software. There's other things that I do not understand because I'm not smart enough to understand it, but Denuvo does other things to try and prevent piracy that also gobbles up resources and can make games run poorly. Denuvo insists that their software does not affect performance negatively, but anybody who's ever played a game with Denuvo and then a version of it without Denuvo has noticed that it runs better without Denuvo. So, you know, put two and two together. Like, it's always an exciting day when a game is patched to remove Denuvo. Because usually, once the game is cracked, because people will still be able to crack it even with the Denuvo software installed into the core package of the game. And so once they eventually crack it, there's no reason to have Denuvo anymore. So then the studios will update their game removing Denuvo, and all of a sudden the game runs better. So it's like, okay, that seems to suggest that it runs better without it, but okay. Sure, it doesn't affect performance at all. Yeah, totally. But anyway, this all just kind of compounds onto a narrative that has been getting built up.
I like
and
this
up and up,
season.
and this is
Steven,
just
he's
one
smart.
more piece of it, which is that Unreal Engine games run like crap and are poorly optimized, and it's just another Unreal Engine game. And what did the Steam review say? The Steam review mentioned like another victim of Unreal Engine. Yeah, another Unreal Engine 5 casualty. And unfortunately that's the perception a lot of people have, is that when they see Unreal Engine 5, they sigh, thinking this is about to be crappy. They responded. Hold on, the devs responded to this one. Yeah, Randy Pitchford told us to have realistic expectations. Fine, here's mine. I expect a $70 game to not run like a beta test. I expect a studio with Gearbox's legacy to not let DRM strangle its own players. I expect respect. Instead, we got excuses. Unless Gearbox pulls its set out of its own hype machine, Borderlands 4 could kill the franchise. First, the garbage and total joke of a movie. Now this broken mess. They're turning the legacy into a joke. I will say the movie is on another level. I watched all of like 25 minutes of it, and I was really struggling. Maybe I'll go back and try to actually finish it, but like, wow.
Yeah.
Let's see. 2K Link said, we're sorry you're experiencing issues playing Borderlands 4. If you have an NVIDIA card, we have an article on how to optimize
That's somebody
it.
who really
If you're
likes
operating on a different
Borderlands.
graphics card, check out our PC troubleshooting guide. And if your issues persist, submit a support request. We appreciate your help and patience as we work to resolve this issue. It's better than BGS's customer support response. At least they're not like, frame drops are actually part of the fun. That would be the BGS approach. But all of this to say, it's really frustrating, again, to have a game that otherwise is pretty good. Like, from what I've played, I actually have had a lot of fun with Borderlands 4. I understand some people wish, I actually saw for the first time, somebody saying they wish it was more, like, comedic and campy and silly like Borderlands 3, and I was like, that's the first time I've seen somebody say they wish it was more like Borderlands 3, but some people are wishing that. Some people are saying that they wish it wasn't like as open-ended open world as it is, but whatever. Overall, the reviews are pretty much in line with what I think most people were expecting. It's sitting at an 84 on Metacritic right now. Borderlands 3 was at like a 77. 81 on its original version. Ultimate Edition is at 77, but or I guess Switch 2, that explains it. But Borderlands 3 was at 81. Borderlands 2 was at 89. So like, it's in the 80s. It's in the ballpark of where they want it to be or kind of expect it to be. But it's why it's so frustrating when games like this launch with technical issues, is that then all of that gets thrown out the wayside, and this is all we're talking about, is that it runs badly. And it's just frustrating, because if it ran well, we'd get to talk about the game itself. We would get to talk about some of the build crafting. We get to talk about some of the boss encounters, which are pretty cool, honestly. We get to talk about the co-op and all that. But instead, now we're just focused on how it is another example of it running stupid and bad, and it's frustrating. It's really, really frustrating. So I don't know. The thing is, I think eventually Unreal and Epic, they will have to respond to all these problems, because it...
Yeah. No Man's Sky, Marrow Bulb. What does it... Oh. No Man's Sky, what does Marrow Bulb break down to? Sodium. Okay, good. This is what I need. So I guess I've got to use a portable refiner, which I don't usually do, but I need it right here. So good. So the marrow bulbs, they will get me out of the sodium problem. I have to go pee. I guess I'm safe in a cave, right? Yeah. What's my life support at? Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure.
Technology recharge.
I hate that you open to gestures and not the fucking life support. It's the only thing I ever use. It's so annoying.
Technology
Control
recharge.
5, right? Nope. Control 5. Nope. I don't know. I have to go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, maybe I should eat lunch. Okay. Finish this beer from last night. Man, this game takes forever, but it does keep you occupied. Cobalt and silver. Ukosnite. Cobalt and silver. Silver cells. Okay, so I will go out and I will use a portable refiner. Portable refiner. And we will cook some marrow bulbs.
Technology recharge.
Into sodium. And sodium into sodium nitrate. This will take a few seconds. I am way down the hallway for some reason. Oh yeah, for the ice elemental. Yeah. Make a lot of money out here. What are my dark clusters at? Let's see. I have a stack of ice clusters, which is 10k. And I've got a stack of... almost 2 stacks of dark clusters, which is good. It's like 150k or something. Sodium nitrate. Good. Good. So, now I go back to the drop pod, which was right over here. I don't know how I found a cave so quick, but I did.
Technology repaired. Excuse me. Ooh, the sun's coming out a little bit. Might go for a walk soon. Don't know. Sit for a little while longer because it's not really that good out. This will bring biological horrors that I can fight. Let me make sure I got everything else. Sodium. I do like the game. It's got a good sense of exploration, better than like most of those other Sandbox games like Nightingale and all that. It's got a good feel to it, better than most games do. And the rewards feel like they're actually really good. So I can run around stealing whispering eggs, and I think that's money. And I could just flee in the ship if I need to, but I need to get my gun out and get ready for combat. Rancid flesh.
Technology recharge.
I like that you don't have to loot. That's actually so good. Why can't we have this all the time? This is what it should be all the time. So dumb. Cool, I'm going to the other planet. Fucking awesome. EFIPS. EFIPS is the name of this place. EFIPS. Planet EFIPS Z9. It's like a comet hitting.
You've been examined.
Am I dead? No, I'm just low.
Technology repaired.
Advanced mining laser, yay! I don't have an open slot, I guess.
Technology installed.
Oh, good. I have an advanced mining laser now. Yay. Nanites. Sodium. Rusted metal. Oh no, I'm dying. Summon a sheep. Fight. Get on him. Now sit. That does look really good. The graphics in the games are getting so good. For a Sandbox, that's pretty good graphics. Wherever the animator is, they're good at it. They're good at it. It's a cool asset. This is a cave that I could explore. A lot of geological feature. And I'm actually just going off on trying to get the next thing out of my way, which is this planetary chart. Got a distress signal. Distress signal.
It is now a stereotype that Unreal Engine games run poorly. That is the stereotype. And
I don't think they run
as I've said
poorly.
before, perception is the reality you have to deal with. So if everybody kind of perceives it that Unreal Engine runs games poorly, and if a game is made in Unreal Engine, it's going to be rough and stuttery and a mess, and you're probably going to wait for a sale, that affects Epic's bottom line, because that means that players are automatically discounting games if they see it running in their tool set. And that means devs will also consider that when they're selecting what engine they want to use. You know, IOI, they've been talking a lot about their engine, the Glacier engine. And I didn't realize this, but apparently the Glacier engine is also the core of the engine used in Guardians of the Galaxy. I didn't realize that, but apparently like it was a major component of their tool set as well. So I think like IOI is going to start to shop their engine around to a lot of people who are looking for an alternative to Unreal Engine, because people now when they see Unreal Engine, they roll their eyes. And so I think Epic has to respond to this and get out ahead of it. And whether or not it is in fact true that Unreal Engine is solely responsible for the performance woes of these games, that's the
Oh, cool! I got
perception.
the
That's the perception. Whether it's the dev's
thing.
fault or it's
Nice.
Epic's fault, the result is the same, which is that players roll their eyes when they see like an Unreal Engine
Cool.
game, and so they got to deal with it. Maybe that means sending engineers to go and help developers working on Unreal Engine, help them polish and optimize. Maybe that's the cheapest solution, or it's some sort of major overhaul to how the game handles shader compilation.
Hey, it's a player.
That seems to be where most of these problems creep up. Just general optimization needs to happen across the board, because again, it's kind of insane that you can have a PC that's $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 and it's struggling to break 60 frames. Like, that's just silly. And again, it's one thing if a game is photorealistic. That's my thing. If the game is photorealistic, I can go along with rough performance, because, like, I get it, you know? Like, I get it. I can understand it. Oh, this runs poorly, but it looks phenomenal. So I'm okay with it running at 30, for example. But I just don't see that with Borderlands 4. Like, it looks
I'm not okay with it running at 30.
good. Like, some of the environments look good, but, like, I would call it amazing. Like, I can look and I can see, oh, they increased the polygon counts. I can see that they increased the texture resolution and quality. They're rendering at higher resolutions than ever before. I get all of that, but, like, I just don't think it looks that good to justify running so poorly. Oh, Lo-Fi, you're right.
Lo-Fi Lazy donated $10 through Super Chat. Perfect time for the creation engine to take over, baby.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if that's the pivot? BGS is like, we are now going to become the next epic. Creation engine will rule the world. Can you imagine? Oh God, that would be funny. I did see a video, I think Nick Tech put it together, of what if Silksong was made by different companies, and they had Silksong if it was made by BGS, and it was like literally every time you move to the edge of the screen, you load into a new like tile or whatever, load screen. It's like, okay, yeah, it was pretty funny. It's pretty good. 5% better looking for half the performance. Yeah, I mean that's basically what it feels like. And again, perception is the reality that you have to deal with. And with this, it's just the perception is that it runs poorly, and they gotta fix it. Yeah. May Todd's load screens shine upon you. Indeed. Indeed. Anyway, with all this stuff with Borderlands, the core takeaway I think is that if you're a fan of Borderlands, you're gonna like the game. It's honestly pretty good. The unfortunate reality is that it just runs poorly. Console performance remains to really have been seen or tested in depth, so we'll see how that looks. My guess is that it will run much better on consoles. Unreal Engine games tend to have an easier time on console versus PCs, and so and like De Novo will not be a problem on console, so that also is a component, but still. Yeetus Deletus Ultra, thank you for that. I don't know what you are all on about. Real fans Borderlands will find a way to enjoy the game with the stutters. I'm on my way to Pismo Beach with my friends to play the game right now. Hell yeah. Real fans will find a way. You're right. Real fans will. Real fans, yes. Yes. That's a reference, everybody. Before you get mad at Yeetus Deletus, that's an old reference. Okay, don't get mad at him. The Decima engine is better. Well, so the Decima engine is very good at what it wants to do, and it was kind of built and reworked from the ground up for open world adventure games, which is why it's so good in Horizon for what it's trying to do, and it's so good in like Death Stranding for what it's trying to do. It would not necessarily be the best engine for like it would not work for a game like a Starfield. I don't think it would work for a game with a lot of complex physics simulation, you know, like a Hitman or even like, you know, the new 007 game. I don't think you could get that running in Decima. So it's just different. Like each engine is different, and they each have their own strong suits and use cases. You know,
oh, cool. Now I can, like, shoot teleport to my ship. Matter to my ship.
That Warhorse uses for KCD2. The specific engine that they're using for KCD2, like, they really tweaked it and built it from the ground up specifically for the kind of game that they wanted to make. And that's why it works so well for what they're trying to do. But I don't think it would necessarily work well for, like, Cyberpunk. The Cry engine. There it goes. Yeah, I said Cryo. Yeah, Cry engine. And it looks really well. It's super well optimized. Dude, that thing, I could play it on a handheld on the plane for hours because it was so optimized. It ran so well. It was so refreshing. But unfortunately, that is not the case for a lot of these other games. So, and we know the other thing is, and the reason why I'm not one to just blindly dismiss Unreal Engine writ large is because of this. Do you guys remember seeing the video, the hands-on impressions of Silent Hill F from Digital Foundry? This is an Unreal Engine game that runs at a locked 60.
But it's all visually speaking, because this is an Unreal Engine 5 game, but it looks so clean. It's remarkably stable. It doesn't have the typical splotchiness and the sort of like temporal noise that we're so accustomed to with UE5 games. Edges were super sharp in both cases. The performance stable, stutters 0. Everything about it just like looked and ran so well that you almost wouldn't guess that it's a UE5 game. But you but you can tell once you look closely because the game really leverages that indirect lighting.
True.
Made possible with Lumen, which it is, from what I could tell, just software Lumen currently.
In this footage as well, right here, you can see there's a couple points, like there's these scarecrow-looking things, one down the farm fields, and their reflections appear to just be handled by SSR. So I think that lends credence to what you saw there subjectively when you were seeing the demo.
This is an Unreal Engine game, and it runs fantastically well for what it is. And you can hear that they're surprised by it, and it's because typically Unreal Engine games like this would have like a lack of sharpness because they'd be relying on upscalers and things, and temporal upscalers specifically, to try and get performance to improve by rendering at lower resolutions and stuff, which is why Unreal Engine games can often look really good, you know, in still shots, but once you get them in movement and motion, it starts to look like really blurry and sharp edges are all dithered and soft. That's not a problem here because they optimized the crap out of it. And I think what's happened is that a lot of companies view Unreal Engine as a great tool set because it allows them to get to the point where it's good enough in their eyes quickly and cheaply. So you can get the game running technically at 30 or 60 frames using upscalers. It doesn't look the best, it doesn't run very well, but you can get there. Good enough, you know? Good enough, and I think that's how they view it. But that means that they then don't spend the time, money, and resources bringing in like graphics engineers and software engineers to come in and further optimize and overhaul the engine for their specific uses in the game that they're making to make it run better. And amazingly enough, even though like Konami just had another like Silent Hill Delta, which ran remarkably poorly and was very unoptimized, and then they have this, which is the complete opposite, evidently. It's kind of surprising, but I think it shows that it's not necessarily just the engine. It is how you use the engine, and it is in fact possible to get it running well if you spend the time, money, and resources on making those improvements and customizing it how you need it. You know, we look back at games like Batman Arkham Knight, and I'm sorry that we started talking about Borderlands and now we've shifted into Arkham Knight. But Jacob, you can go ahead and keep all this in because I think it's relevant. We look back at Batman Arkham Knight, and this game, I mean, this launched at this point a decade ago. This is a decade old. Launched in 2015. And if this launched today, I think we would all say, oh, it's one of the best looking games of this year. It's wild how impressive it runs and looks. But this was also Unreal Engine, but I believe this was a heavily modded version of Unreal Engine 3, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they had upgraded to Unreal Engine 4 at this point. But the point is, they had heavily overhauled it and customized it specifically to get it running the way that they wanted to run it. And it's also what they did with Batman Arkham City, and they also used Unreal for Batman Arkham Origins as well, Asylum as well. And it's just because they used the tool set, but they really overhauled it to make it run the way they wanted it to run. And it worked great. The 30 FPS target also certainly helped. Sure, that is certainly a component of this. The new trend pushing for 60 has forced developers, I think, largely to find places to cut corners, and they found that in various different ways, probably mostly by relying on upscalers and stuff to save the frame budget timing. But still. Also, it triggers me to see somebody playing Batman Arkham Knight with a mouse and keyboard. That just seems wrong.
Nope.
It just seems wrong. To me, it's just such
better than controller.
It's such a clear example of a game you play with a controller that it's jarring to see that. But anyway.
No, it's probably fine on controller keyboard.
CZ James, I do.
Or mouse keyboard.
Okay, and the band. No, so anyway, it's too bad that Borderlands is having these performance issues. I hope they fix them quickly because I think the game is really good if you can get past the performance issues, and I hope that they're able to get past them quickly because the game at the core of it is pretty dang good. It's just that they gotta figure it out. I mean, they gotta get it working better. Because where it's at now, I don't think it's acceptable on PC. He took my thing.
Fallout 76. Where do I go for an ally in Eagle Flies Free? I can see you playing a lot of Fallout 76 and No Man's Sky until something better comes along. I think I probably will. And when I get bored of No Man's Sky and I'm like, it's making me think too much, or I learn too much, or deal with vendors or something, I come do 76, and when this game gets boring, I go back to No Man's Sky. I'm gonna be good. What the hell is going on? What is all that? There's mole miners. It might be too far, but let's see. That was my last mini nuke, damn it. I'm gonna have to go fix that. Honey, but where's the adhesive? Which one's the adhesive? Is it excess adhesive? Yep. That will scrap to what I need. Produce cork, drink Nuka-Cola. Oh, before I do anything, I'm gonna run the daily. There's 2 people doing line in the sand. I'll give them like 4 more minutes. I want to get a sleep buff. I love my public base. I think it's actually so cool. Anybody can come here. It's so awesome. I'm just here sleeping in my bed, but I mean, like, anybody can just run by. I like public bases. I think they're cool. Scrap chunk to produce steel, that was a daily. Scrap junk to produce leather. Got some good credit there. Produce steel. Kill feral ghoul and score, so we'll go to the we'll collect Nuka-Cola, so we'll go to Aid and buy any Nuka-Cola that they've got. I love feeling so rich that I can just buy drugs from the machine. It actually feels so good. I wish they had MedX. Completed daily gold star. Drink Nuka-Cola. Kill a feral ghoul and kill Scorched. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm out of, I gotta go switch and make ammo real quick. Nine, 18, 27, 30, 36 mini nukes should be enough, yeah. I want to go get excess adhesive, and I know what it wants me to do, so I'll go there. Maybe it's looted. No, I doubt it. This mission I got was a re-roll, so I doubt anybody's doing this right now. Oh, you couldn't have it. Oh no, what's that sound? What the hell was that? His base is like fighting this scorch beast. All of this is looted because this guy lives here. Lame. Oh, I forgot to go do Stupid Fort Defiance. Oh, the sun came out. Oh, I should go out there. I think I will eat something first, and then I will go for a walk now the sun's come out. I wonder what I should eat. Could make a sandwich, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna eat lunch and then I'm gonna go for a walk. It's a beautiful sunny day out there. Okay.
I've applied and I intend on serving a full-time 2-year mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now, that might sound ridiculous, that might sound absurd. Why would you do that for 2 years? Well, let me tell you why.
I'm born and then blessed. I learn songs, rhymes, motions, all teaching me where I came from, why I'm here, where I'm going. I'm 5 years old. I learned to study a book, the most perfect book. I learned to follow the prophet. I'm 8 and I'm getting baptized. I can sin now. I can be dirty. Repenting for those sins is now my responsibility.
Be clean. We live in a world that is filled with filth and sleep. Cannot afford to let that poison touch
Warren
us.
Jeffs.
Of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Wow.
They call us Mormons.
Yep.
And I start paying 10% of my income. I don't have any income, but I'm taught that any money I get, the first thing I should do is pay 10% to the Lord.
It was hard for me to give my tithing to the bishop, but it felt good to be obedient to the Lord.
I'm 12 years old and I receive the priesthood.
My beloved brethren of the priesthood.
With this comes authority, God's authority.
Our young people are the nobility of heaven.
I get to pass the bread and water to the congregation. Girls don't have the priesthood, but they're learning other important skills. I'll marry one of them one day. If I'm worthy, once a month I get to go with other teenagers to this ornate building, the temple. Such an important building. I dress in white and get baptized in this font that sits atop 12 oxen.